Hey there, sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we're diving into the haunting beauty of the Fallout universe, where broken cities whisper forgotten stories, and every shadow hides a tale of survival. I'll be your guide through these glowing ruins, sharing quiet moments of hope, resilience, and the eerie calm of a world long gone. So, get cozy, dim the lights, and let the hum of your Pip-Boy light our way. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out our full Fallout playlist for more sleepy stories from the wasteland. And if there's a Fallout tale you want to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Fallout, where dreams wander just beyond the horizon. The morning sun cast long, gentle shadows across the Commonwealth settlement of Haven's Rest, its warming rays transforming weathered wooden structures into something approaching their former dignity. The settlement had grown organically around a natural spring, its clear water drawing survivors who had built modest homes and workshops in concentric circles around this precious resource. Smoke rose peacefully from chimney pipes, carrying the comforting sense of breakfast fires and the promise of another day of quiet industry. Strong stood motionless on a low ridge overlooking the settlement, his massive frame silhouetted against the brightening sky. The super mutant's yellow eyes surveyed the scene below with the methodical attention he applied to all human settlements, cataloging defensive positions, resource allocation, potential threats. Yet something about Haven's Rest defied his usual analytical framework. The humans moved without the urgent desperation he had observed in other communities, their morning routines carrying an unhurried quality that spoke of security and established routine. His human companion had departed 3 days prior to negotiate trade agreements with settlements further north, leaving Strong to observe and wait. The arrangements suited him well enough. Patience was a virtue he had cultivated during his long existence, and human settlements provided endless opportunities to study the peculiar behaviors that distinguished them from the more straightforward social structures of super-mutant community. From his elevated position, Strong could observe individual households beginning their daily activities. Gardens were tended with careful attention, tools maintained with methodical precision, children guided through morning chores with patient instruction rather than harsh command. The scene puzzled him in ways he had not yet been able to articulate. These humans devoted significant resources to activities that produced no immediate tactical advantage, yet their settlement thrived in ways that more militaristic communities often failed to achieve. One household in particular had captured his attention since his arrival. The Hartwell family occupied a modest 2-story structure near the settlement's center, its windows facing both the main thoroughfare and a small private garden. Unlike other homes that showed signs of recent construction or repair, the Hartwell house possessed the settled quality of a structure that had been carefully maintained across many seasons. Flower boxes beneath the windows contained herbs and small flowering plants, their careful arrangements suggesting attention to beauty as well as utility. It was through these windows that Strong had first observed the family's peculiar daily ritual. Each morning, as other households dispersed to fields and workshops, the Hartwells gathered in what appeared to be their main living area. Through the translucent glass, Strong could discern multiple figures moving with purposeful coordination around a bed positioned to catch the morning light. The scene repeated with such consistency that Strong had begun timing his own morning routine to coincide with this mysterious gathering. On this 4th morning of his observation, Strong positioned himself with particular care, settling his considerable bulk behind a cluster of weathered boulders that provided both concealment and an unobstructed view of the Hartwell windows. The morning air carried the familiar sounds of the settlement awakening, distant conversations, the rhythmic thud of an axe splitting kindling, the gentle lowing of Brahmin being led to pasture. Yet Strong's attention remained fixed on the windows below, waiting for the daily ritual to begin. As if summoned by his attention, movement appeared behind the glass. A woman emerged first, middle-aged, her graying hair bound back in a practical style that spoke of someone accustomed to physical work. She moved with the efficient grace of one following a well-established routine, her hands carrying items that Strong could not clearly identify from his distance. This was Mercy Hartwell, though Strong knew her only as the woman who seemed to orchestrate the mysterious morning gathering. Moments later, a man joined her. Taller, broader across the shoulders, his movements suggesting the controlled strength of someone accustomed to heavy labor. Knox Hartwell, Mercy's husband, carried what appeared to be a basin of water and clean cloths. His approach to the bedside area demonstrated the same purposeful coordination that Strong had observed in military units, yet without the tension that typically accompanied such precision. The third figure to join the morning ritual was smaller, moving with the quick energy that characterized human children. The girl, perhaps 8 or 10 years old by Strong's estimation, bounded into the room carrying what appeared to be books or papers. Her arrival seemed to energize the entire scene, the older adult's movements taking on increased animation as they accommodated her presence. Strong's enhanced hearing allowed him to catch fragments of conversation carried on the morning breeze, though the distance and intervening glass made individual words difficult to distinguish. The tone, however, was unmistakable. Gentle, patient, filled with the kind of warm affection that Strong had observed in human families but never fully understood. There was laughter, soft-spoken instruction, and the musical cadence of what might have been storytelling or gentle teasing. What puzzled Strong most profoundly was the apparent focus of all this attention. Through careful observation over previous mornings, he had determined that the family's activities centered around an individual who remained constantly in bed. This figure, an elderly man by his sparse glimpses, never rose, never joined the others in their daily work, never contributed to the settlement's productive activities, yet each morning brought the same coordinated attention, the same investment of time and resources in someone who appeared to contribute nothing to the family's survival. In Strong's experience with super mutant communities, such arrangements were inconceivable. Resources were allocated based on contribution and capability. Those unable to participate in essential activities, hunting, fighting, resource gathering, were abandoned to their fate, or at best provided minimal sustenance until natural selection resolved the inefficiency. The idea of multiple productive individuals dedicating significant daily effort to someone who could provide no reciprocal benefit violated every principle of resource management that Strong had learned. Yet as he watched Mercy Hartwell carefully arranging pillows to support the elderly man's position, as Knox brought fresh water and began what appeared to be a gentle washing routine as the young girl settled beside the bed with her books, Strong found himself drawn into the mystery of their motivation. These were not desperate people making desperate choices. The family's comfortable circumstances, evident in their well-maintained home and healthy appearance, suggested they had alternatives. This daily ritual represented deliberate choice rather than unavoidable burden. The morning routine unfolded with the measured pace of a carefully choreographed performance. Mercy prepared what appeared to be breakfast. Strong could see steam rising from a bowl. could observe the careful attention to temperature and consistency that suggested food being prepared for someone with particular needs. Knox's ministrations continued with patient thoroughness, his movements suggesting familiarity with providing physical care for someone unable to manage such tasks independently. The young girl had opened one of her books and appeared to be reading aloud, her animated gestures and varying vocal rhythms indicating a story being shared rather than simple recitation. Strong settled more comfortably into his observation position, his analytical mind working to decode the principles underlying this daily performance. In supermutant society, strength determined survival, and survival determined worth. Resources flowed to those who could secure them, protection was earned through demonstrated capability, and social bonds formed around mutual advantage. Yet the scene below suggested an entirely different set of organizing principles, ones that Strong had glimpsed in other human communities, but never observed with such consistent clarity. As the morning progressed, Strong's attention was drawn to subtle details that gradually refined his understanding of the family dynamics. The elderly man, Grandfather Otto, as Strong would later learn, was not merely a passive recipient of care. Despite his obvious physical limitations, his presence seemed to energize the family's interactions. Mercy consulted him before making what appeared to be household decisions, showing him fabric samples or written lists and waiting for responses that Strong could not see but that clearly carried weight in family deliberations. Knox's physical care was interspersed with conversations that carried the tone of serious discussion rather than condescending simplification. Most intriguingly, the young girl's reading sessions appeared to be interactive rather than merely entertainment. Strong observed animated discussions, the child pointing to passages in her books while Otto responded with gestures that suggested commentary or elaboration. These exchanges carried the rhythm of instruction, not the patient repetition of adult teaching child, but the more complex dynamic of shared learning where each participant contributed unique perspectives. The realization that began to form in Strong's mind challenged fundamental assumptions about human weakness and strength. What he had initially interpreted as inefficient resource allocation might instead represent a form of organization that he had simply failed to understand. The family's investment in Otto's care produced returns that were not immediately visible, but that seemed to strengthen rather than drain their collective capability. As the morning ritual concluded and family members dispersed to their daily activities, Strong remained in position, contemplating what he had observed. Mercy departed for what appeared to be garden work, her movements carrying the satisfaction of someone who had completed important tasks, rather than the resignation of someone burdened by obligation. Knox gathered tools and headed toward what might have been a workshop, his demeanor suggesting anticipation of productive work, rather than escape from domestic duties. Even the young girl's departure for what were probably lessons or play carried an energy that spoke of fulfillment rather than relief. Most significantly, Otto remained positioned where he could observe the settlement's daily activities through his window. His placement was clearly intentional, not hidden away as someone whose presence might embarrass the family, but positioned as someone whose observation of community life was considered valuable. Strong had noted similar arrangements in other human settlements, but had attributed them to simple convenience. Now he began to consider that such positioning might serve purposes beyond mere accommodation. Over the following days, Strong maintained his observation routine with increased attention to detail. His analytical skills, honed through decades of tactical assessment, now focused on understanding the subtle dynamics that governed the Hartwell family's unusual resource allocation. Each morning brought variations on the established theme. Sometimes Knox handled the physical care while Mercy managed food preparation. Sometimes the young girl arrived earlier and remained longer. Sometimes the family's conversations appeared more serious, while other days carried an atmosphere of celebration or entertainment. Yet underlying all these variations, Strong detected consistent patterns that suggested systematic rather than arbitrary organization. The family's care for Otto followed schedules that accommodated both his needs and their other responsibilities. Tasks were distributed according to individual capabilities and availability, rather than rigid gender or age roles. Most importantly, Otto's participation in family decisions appeared to increase rather than decrease over time, suggesting that his contributions were valued rather than merely tolerated. Strong's growing understanding of the family dynamics was accompanied by observations of Otto's interactions with other settlement members. Through his window position, the elderly man maintained visual contact with community activities, and Strong began to notice patterns of visitors who approached the house specifically to speak with him. These conversations, conducted through the window when weather permitted, or brief indoor visits during inclement conditions, carried the tone of consultation rather than courtesy calls. The realization that Otto functioned as an informal advisor to other settlement residents added new complexity to Strong's analysis. What he had initially perceived as unproductive dependency might actually represent a form of specialized contribution, the application of accumulated experience and wisdom to community challenges that benefited from long-term perspective rather than immediate physical capability. The family's investment in maintaining Otto's health and engagement produced returns that extended beyond their household to benefit the broader settlement. This understanding prompted Strong to reconsider other observations he had made about human settlements. Many communities included individuals whose roles appeared peripheral to immediate survival needs. Storytellers, record keepers, advisors whose contributions were intellectual rather than physical. Strong had typically dismissed such roles as luxury that successful communities could afford, but that represented inefficient resource allocation. Now he began to consider that such roles might provide essential functions that his previous analytical framework had been inadequate to recognize. The weather during Strong's observation period provided additional opportunities to study the family's adaptation to changing circumstances. When morning rains made garden work impossible, Mercy spent extended time in Otto's room, their conversations carrying the animated quality of detailed planning sessions. When tool maintenance required Knox's attention throughout the day, Otto's morning care was adjusted, but never eliminated, other family members accommodating the schedule changes without apparent difficulty. Most revealing was the family's response to a minor crisis when the young girl, Penny, as Strong learned from overheard conversations, fell ill with a fever that kept her confined to bed for several days. Rather than disrupting the household routine, Otto's care became a shared activity that allowed continuous attention to both patients. Strong observed Mercy managing both caregiving responsibilities while Knox adjusted his work schedule to provide additional household support. The efficiency with which the family adapted to these changing circumstances impressed Strong in ways that recalled his observations of elite military units. Like effective soldiers, the Hartwells demonstrated the ability to maintain essential functions while accommodating unexpected challenges. Their responses were coordinated without extensive discussion, suggesting established procedures and shared understanding of priorities. Yet, unlike military efficiency, which typically required strict hierarchy and unquestioning obedience, the family's coordination appeared to emerge from mutual concern and collective commitment to shared values. As his observation period extended into a second week, Strong began to detect more subtle aspects of the family's unusual arrangement. Otto's physical limitations were real and significant. Strong's enhanced vision allowed him to observe the careful assistance required for basic activities like eating, personal hygiene, and position changes that prevented discomfort from prolonged bed rest. Yet these same limitations appeared to create opportunities for family interaction that might not have existed otherwise. The daily caregiving routine provided structured time for conversation, shared activities, and collective decision-making that busy, productive schedules might not have otherwise accommodated. Mercy's garden planning sessions with Otto allowed for detailed discussion of crop rotation, weather patterns, and market conditions. Knox's morning care routine included consultation about workshop projects, material requirements, and technical challenges that benefited from Otto's decades of construction experience. Even Penny's reading sessions served multiple purposes beyond entertainment or education. Through her interaction with Otto, she practiced communication skills, developed confidence in public speaking, and gained exposure to his accumulated knowledge of settlement history and community relationships. The arrangement provided structured learning opportunities that formal education alone might not have supplied. Strong's growing appreciation for the complexity of these arrangements was accompanied by grudging respect for the family's organizational sophistication. What had initially appeared to be inefficient sentimentality now revealed itself as a carefully balanced system that maximized the utilization of all family members' capabilities while maintaining strong social bonds that enhanced collective resilience. This realization prompted Strong to reconsider his fundamental assumptions about strength and weakness. In super-mutant society, physical capability determined social position, and those unable to contribute through direct action were eliminated through natural selection or deliberate abandonment. Such arrangements produced communities of individually powerful members but limited collective capability beyond immediate physical challenges. Human families like the Hartwells appeared to operate according to different principles that prioritized collective capability over individual dominance. By maintaining Otto's participation despite his physical limitations, the family retained access to his accumulated knowledge, decision-making experience, and social connections that enhanced their overall effectiveness. The investment in his daily care produced returns in improved planning, better resource allocation, and stronger community relationships that more than compensated for the apparent resource drain. As his second week of observation progressed, Strong began to notice his own behavioral changes in response to his growing understanding. His morning routine now included anticipation of the Hartwell family's activities, and he found himself disappointed when weather or other circumstances prevented clear observation of their interactions. The family's gentle efficiency had become a source of intellectual stimulation that engaged his analytical capabilities in ways that tactical planning or resource assessment rarely achieved. More significantly, Strong began to experience something resembling emotional investment in the family's well-being. When Penny's illness extended beyond the expected few days, Strong found himself concerned about potential complications. When Knox appeared to strain his back during heavy lifting, Strong felt impulses to offer assistance that he had never experienced regarding human welfare. These responses puzzled him deeply, as they seemed to serve no tactical advantage and might actually compromise his objective observation position. The mystery of his own changing responses added new complexity to Strong's analysis of human behavior. If his exposure to the family's caregiving routine could produce such alterations in his own attitudes, what did this suggest about the broader effects of such arrangements on human communities? Perhaps the inefficiency he had initially observed was actually an investment in social bonds that produced collective benefits extending far beyond the immediate family unit. Strong's contemplation of these questions was interrupted on his 14th day of observation by an unexpected development. As he settled into his usual morning position, he noticed unusual activity around the Hartwell house. Additional figures moved through the family's garden, and Knox appeared to be consulting with other settlement members about some matter of apparent urgency. The typical morning routine was clearly disrupted, though Strong could not immediately determine the cause. His enhanced hearing caught fragments of conversation that suggested some form of medical crisis. Words like fever, breathing, and doctor carried on the morning breeze, accompanied by the tense tones that humans adopted during emergencies. Through the windows, Strong could observe increased activity in Otto's room, with Mercy and Knox moving with the urgent efficiency that accompanied serious illness. For the first time since beginning his observation, Strong found himself considering direct intervention. His knowledge of battlefield medicine was extensive, and he had accumulated significant experience treating serious injuries during his adventures throughout the Commonwealth. Yet approaching the settlement would end his objective observation period and might create complications for both himself and the family he had been studying. The internal conflict between his analytical detachment and his growing emotional investment in the family's welfare created a form of tension that Strong had rarely experienced. His super-mutant upbringing emphasized practical decision-making based on clear tactical advantage, yet his current situation offered no clear tactical guidance. Helping the family might serve no benefit to his mission objectives, while failing to help violated emerging principles that he was only beginning to understand. The resolution came when he observed a small figure leaving the Hartwell house with obvious distress. Penny, moving with the quick, uncertain steps of a child facing adult crisis beyond her comprehension, she wandered into the family garden and sat heavily on a bench positioned beneath what appeared to be Otto's window, her shoulders shaking with what Strong recognized as suppressed tears. The sight of the child's distress triggered responses in Strong that bypassed his analytical processes entirely. Without conscious decision, he found himself moving down the hillside toward the settlement, his massive frame covering the distance with surprising speed, despite his attempt to maintain a non-threatening approach. As he reached the garden's edge, Penny looked up with startled eyes that quickly shifted from fear to curiosity. "You're the super mutant who's been watching us," she said with the direct honesty characteristic of children. "Grandfather Otto said he'd seen you on the hill. He wondered why you were interested in our family." Strong paused, uncertain how to respond to such straightforward acknowledgement of his surveillance. His usual interactions with humans involved either combat situations or formal negotiations, with his companion present to facilitate communication. This spontaneous encounter with a distressed child fell outside his established behavioral patterns. "Strong observes," he said finally, his deep voice gentled as much as his vocal capabilities allowed. "Humans do things Strong does not understand. Family cares for weak member. Strong wants to understand why." Penny's expression shifted from wariness to something approaching sympathy. "Grandfather Otto isn't weak," she said with the firmness of someone correcting a fundamental misconception. "He can't walk or lift things, but he knows more about everything than anyone else in the settlement. People come to ask his advice about problems they can't solve. He helps everyone, even when he's tired." This direct explanation from someone who participated daily in the family's routine provided Strong with insights that weeks of external observation had not revealed. Otto's contribution to family and community welfare was intellectual and social rather than physical, but no less real for being invisible to casual observation. "Otto is sick now?" Strong asked, gesturing toward the house, where continued activity suggested ongoing medical crisis. Penny nodded, fresh tears threatening. "Dr. Hendricks says his heart is getting weaker. Sometimes he has trouble breathing, and today he couldn't wake up properly. Mother and father are scared, even though they're trying not to show it." Strong considered this information with the analytical processes that had guided his observation period, but now his conclusions prompted action rather than continued study. "Strong knows medicine," he said carefully. "Battlefield medicine for injuries and sickness could help if family allows." The child's eyes widened with hope mixed with uncertainty. "You would help Grandfather Otto even though you don't know us?" The question penetrated to the heart of Strong's confusion about his own motivations. By super mutant standards, offering medical assistance to unknown humans served no logical purpose and might create unwanted obligations or complications. Yet his weeks of observation had created a sense of connection to this family that transcended tactical considerations. "Family shows strength." Strong did not understand, he said slowly, working to articulate concepts that challenged his established worldview. "Caring for Otto makes family stronger, not weaker. Strong wants to learn this kind of strength. Helping Otto helps Strong learn." Penny's response was immediate and decisive. She stood from the bench and walked toward the house, gesturing for Strong to follow. "Come on then. Mother and father will be surprised, but they'll listen if you can help." As Strong approached the Hartwell house for the first time, crossing the threshold from observer to participant, he reflected on the unexpected journey that had brought him to this moment. What had begun as analytical curiosity about inefficient human behavior had evolved into something approaching personal investment in this family's welfare. The transformation puzzled him, but he no longer felt compelled to resolve the puzzle before acting on its implications. Mercy Hartwell's initial startlement at seeing a super mutant in her garden gave way quickly to desperate hope when Penny explained Strong's offer of medical assistance. The morning crisis had exhausted the family's knowledge and resources, and Dr. Hendricks' assessment offered little beyond palliative care for what appeared to be a serious cardiac episode. "Can you really help him?" Mercy asked, her voice carrying the strained control of someone managing fear through practical focus. Strong nodded solemnly. "Strong has seen this sickness in combat. Heart needs support. Breathing needs assistance. Strong has medicine, knows procedures. Cannot promise cure, but can help stabilize." Knox appeared from the house, his expression shifting from suspicion to cautious hope as Mercy explained the situation. The family's willingness to trust a super mutant stranger with their most vulnerable member impressed Strong with its demonstration of the courage that their caregiving routine had developed. Faced with potential loss, they chose to risk trust rather than accept defeat. Inside Otto's room, Strong encountered the focus of his weeks of observation for the first time. The elderly man's condition was serious, but not immediately terminal. Cardiac stress, exacerbated by accumulated fluid retention, conditions that Strong had treated in combat situations where evacuation to proper medical facilities was impossible. Working with careful precision, Strong administered stimulants to support cardiac function while positioning Otto to ease breathing difficulties. His battlefield medicine kit included diuretics that could address fluid retention, though the dosages required careful calculation for someone of Otto's age and condition. Throughout the treatment, Strong maintained gentle explanations of his procedures, both to reassure the family and to satisfy his own preference for informed consent in medical situations. As Otto's breathing stabilized and his consciousness cleared, Strong found himself the subject of the elder's keen attention. Despite his physical weakness, Otto's mental acuity remained sharp, and his assessment of Strong carried the penetrating quality of someone accustomed to evaluating people quickly and accurately. "You've been watching us," Otto said, his voice weak but clear. "Penny tells me you wanted to understand why we care for someone who can't contribute physically to the family's survival." Strong nodded, settling carefully onto a chair that Knox had reinforced to accommodate his weight. In Strong's experience, weak members are abandoned. Resources go to strong members who can fight, hunt, protect group. Family spends resources on Otto, gets nothing back. Strong could not understand. Otto's smile carried warmth despite his physical exhaustion. "But now, you do understand, don't you? You risked exposure and potential conflict to help someone you'd never met, someone who can offer you nothing in return. What does that suggest about your own motivations?" The question struck Strong with unexpected force. His decision to intervene had been impulsive, driven by emotional responses that he had not fully analyzed. Yet Otto's gentle probing illuminated motivations that Strong had not consciously acknowledged. Strong learned, "Caring for others is also strength," he said slowly, testing the words as he spoke them. "Family is stronger because they protect Otto. Otto makes family stronger with knowledge, with being cared for. Strong felt stronger when helping, not weaker." "Exactly," Otto confirmed, his voice carrying the satisfaction of a teacher whose student had grasped a crucial concept. "Physical strength protects what we value, but caring for others creates value worth protecting. Communities that abandon their vulnerable members lose the wisdom, love, and social bonds that make survival meaningful rather than merely possible." As the morning progressed into afternoon, Strong remained with the family, monitoring Otto's condition while participating in the household routines he had observed from a distance. The experience of being included, rather than merely watching, provided new perspectives on the dynamics he had studied. Mercy's efficiency in managing both medical crisis and daily necessities demonstrated organizational skills that rivaled military logistics. Knox's ability to maintain productive work while providing emotional support showed the kind of flexible strength that Strong had rarely encountered in purely physical contexts. Penny's resilience in adapting to disrupted routines while maintaining her grandfather's spirits illustrated the development of character traits that would serve her throughout life. Most significantly, Strong began to understand how his own presence had been integrated into the family's crisis response. Rather than treating him as an outsider providing temporary assistance, they had incorporated his capabilities into their collective effort in ways that enhanced everyone's effectiveness. His medical skills complemented rather than replaced their emotional support, creating a more comprehensive care system than any individual could have provided alone. As evening approached, and Otto's condition stabilized into manageable chronic illness rather than acute crisis, Strong found himself reluctant to return to his observation position on the hillside. The day's experience had provided more insight into human family dynamics than weeks of external study. But more importantly, it had introduced him to forms of satisfaction that he had never previously experienced. "You could stay for dinner," Mercy suggested, apparently recognizing his reluctance to leave. "Otto would enjoy more conversation, and we'd like to hear about your travels throughout the Commonwealth." The invitation represented a transition from medical emergency to social inclusion that Strong had not anticipated. yet his acceptance felt natural rather than calculated, as if the day's events had established relationships that extended beyond immediate necessity. Over a simple but carefully prepared meal, Strong found himself sharing stories of his adventures while learning about the family's history and the settlement's development. The conversation carried the comfortable rhythm of established friendship rather than cautious acquaintance, suggesting that his weeks of observation had created familiarity that transcended formal introduction. As the evening deepened, Strong made a decision that surprised him with its lack of internal conflict. Rather than returning to his hillside position, he requested permission to establish a temporary camp in the family's garden, where he could continue monitoring Otto's medical condition while remaining available for assistance if needed. The family's immediate acceptance of this arrangement confirmed Strong's growing understanding of their approach to community building. Rather than viewing his presence as intrusion or obligation, they recognized it as mutual benefit. His security and medical capabilities enhanced their household safety, while their inclusion provided him with the social connections he was learning to value. That night, as Strong settled into his bedroll beneath Otto's window, he reflected on the transformation his understanding had undergone. What had begun as analytical curiosity about inefficient human behavior had evolved into personal participation in a form of community organization that enhanced rather than diminished individual strength. The sounds of the family settling in to sleep, gentle conversations, the rustle of bedding being arranged, Otto's now steady breathing, created an atmosphere of security and belonging that Strong had never associated with human settlements. For the first time in his long existence, he understood why humans invested such resources in caring for their vulnerable members. The strength they created through such arrangements transcended immediate physical capability to encompass forms of resilience and meaning that pure survival could never achieve. As sleep approached, Strong's last conscious thought was a recognition that his observation period had ended not through completion of study, but through transformation of the observer. He had sought to understand human weakness and had discovered forms of strength that his previous experience had never revealed. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and continued learning, but he faced them now as participant rather than merely analyst in the complex, rewarding work of human community building. The night passed peacefully over Haven's Rest, the settlement's residents secure in their homes, their vulnerable members cared for with the patient dedication that transformed individual survival into collective strength. In the Hartwell Garden, a super mutant learned the meaning of true protection through his own participation in the ancient human art of caring for those who could not care for themselves. Dawn would bring continued challenges, but also continued opportunities for growth and understanding. Strong's journey of discovery had led him from the hillside observation post to the heart of human community life, where he had found not weakness masquerading as strength, but strength expressing itself through forms of courage he had never imagined possible. As Haven's Rest settled into peaceful slumber miles away in the town of Sanctuary Hills, a different kind of learning was about to unfold. In a converted shipping container that served as the settlement's schoolhouse, Teacher Wisdom prepared lessons for the morning ahead, while a curious super mutant watched from the shadows, drawn by the mysterious sight of children gathered around books instead of weapons. Join us next for the library lesson. The afternoon sun cast dappled shadows through the skeletal remains of Sanctuary Hills Main Street, where pre-war suburban homes stood in various states of restoration and decay. The settlement had grown around the foundations of the old neighborhood, new construction blending with carefully restored structures to create a community that honored both past and present. Garden plots flourished where lawns had once been maintained, Workshops occupied spaces that had housed family cars, and community facilities served needs that the original residents could never have imagined. Strong moved through the settlement's outskirts with the careful attention he had learned to apply when observing human communities. His companion had departed that morning for Diamond City, leaving him to wait and watch while trade negotiations proceeded in that distant hub of Commonwealth commerce. The arrangement suited Strong's patient nature, though he found himself increasingly drawn to the puzzling activities that distinguished human settlements from the more straightforward social arrangements of super-mutant communities. Today, his attention had been captured by an unusual structure positioned near the settlement's center. A large shipping container that had been converted into something resembling the military briefing rooms he remembered from his distant past. Unlike the practical workshops and storage facilities that dominated most settlements, this container served no obvious function related to survival, defense, or resource production. Yet humans entered and exited with the purposeful regularity that suggested important community activity. Children were the primary visitors to this mysterious facility, arriving in small groups during the morning hours and departing with armloads of objects that Strong could not immediately identify. The scene puzzled him deeply. In super-mutant society, young members were trained in essential survival skills: hunting, fighting, resource gathering, territory defense. Yet these human children spent hours engaged in activities that appeared to serve no practical purpose, manipulating small objects while sitting motionless for extended periods. Strong positioned himself behind a partially collapsed garden wall that provided both concealment and clear observation of the container's entrance. From this vantage point, he could monitor the facility's activities without interfering with whatever important community function it served. The afternoon promised to provide answers to questions that had accumulated during several days of watching this peculiar human behavior. The first group of children arrived as the sun reached its midday position, their ages ranging from perhaps 6 to 12 years by Strong's estimation. They moved with the eager energy that characterized human young, chattering among themselves as they approached the container. Their demeanor suggested anticipation rather than obligation, as if they genuinely looked forward to whatever activities awaited inside. Following the children came an adult figure, a woman of middle years whose patient demeanor and careful attention to each child suggested some form of leadership role. She carried what appeared to be a collection of the same mysterious objects that occupied the children's attention, though hers were larger and more elaborate. This was Teacher Wisdom, though Strong knew her only as the woman who seemed to orchestrate these daily gatherings. As the group disappeared into the container, Strong settled into position for extended observation. His enhanced hearing allowed him to catch fragments of activity from within, voices raised in unison, individual responses to apparent questions, the rustle of papers being handled. The sounds carried the rhythmic quality of organized instruction, similar to military training sessions but without the harsh urgency that characterized combat preparation. Through the container's windows, Strong could observe figures seated at improvised desks, their attention focused on small rectangular objects that they manipulated with careful precision. Teacher Wisdom moved among them with the patient efficiency of someone guiding others through complex procedures, occasionally pausing to provide individual assistance or instruction. The scene resembled tactical planning sessions, yet the participants were children engaged with objects that bore no resemblance to weapons or maps. Strong's confusion deepened as he observed the sustained attention that these activities commanded. In his experience, tasks that required such focused concentration typically involved immediate survival needs: weapon maintenance, food preparation, shelter construction. Yet these children devoted hours to activities that produced no visible practical results. They seemed to be creating marks on flat surfaces, studying patterns of symbols, engaging in discussions about concepts that remained invisible to external observation. The afternoon session continued for several hours, with participants occasionally leaving the container to engage in physical activities that more closely resembled the training Strong expected of young humans. They ran, played games that involved coordination and quick reflexes, shared food and conversation in the manner of social bonding. Yet they consistently returned to the mysterious, focused activities that occupied the majority of their time. As the session concluded and children began departing for their homes, Strong noticed several carrying objects similar to those they had manipulated during the focused periods. These items were treated with careful attention, protected from damage, discussed with evident interest, consulted for information that guided conversations and decisions. The children's behavior suggested that these objects held value, extending beyond the immediate training session. Strong's analytical mind worked to decode the patterns he had observed. The activities clearly served some important community function, as evidenced by the resources devoted to them and the consistent participation they attracted. Teacher Wisdom's role suggested specialized knowledge that required transmission to younger community members, yet the specific skills being taught remained opaque to someone whose experience emphasized physical capability and direct action. The mystery deepened over the following days as Strong maintained his observation routine. Each afternoon brought similar sessions, though with variations that suggested systematic progression rather than mere repetition. Different children participated on different days, indicating that the community had organized comprehensive inclusion in whatever training was occurring. Teacher Wisdom occasionally introduced new materials or modified procedures, demonstrating the adaptive instruction methods that Strong associated with effective skill development. Most intriguingly, Strong began to observe connections between the container activities and practical community functions. Children who participated in the focus sessions often served as intermediaries in adult discussions, consulting their mysterious objects before providing information that influenced decisions about resource allocation, work scheduling, and trade negotiations. The training appeared to produce capabilities that enhanced the children's contribution to settlement operations. This realization prompted Strong to reconsider his assumptions about the activities he had been observing. Rather than purposeless ritual or luxury that successful communities could afford, the container sessions might represent essential skill development that enhanced collective capability in ways that were not immediately apparent. The mysterious objects could be tools that provided access to information or analytical capabilities that improved decision-making and problem-solving. Strong's growing curiosity about these possibilities led him to modify his observation methods. Rather than focusing solely on the container sessions, he began tracking participants' activities throughout the settlement to understand how their training translated into practical applications. The results of this expanded surveillance provided insights that dramatically altered his understanding of human community organization. Children who participated regularly in the container sessions demonstrated superior performance in numerous practical tasks. When accompanying adults on resource-gathering expeditions, they could identify valuable materials that others missed, calculate trade ratios that maximized benefit, navigate complex routes by consulting portable references. During community meetings, they served as record keepers and information sources, their mysterious objects providing data that informed collective decisions. Most significantly, these children showed enhanced ability to learn new skills and adapt to changing circumstances. When settlement needs required modification of established procedures, participants in the container training adjusted more quickly and effectively than others. They seemed to possess analytical capabilities that allowed them to understand principles underlying specific techniques, enabling transfer of knowledge across different applications. The pattern that emerged from Strong's extended observation suggested that the container activities developed general learning capabilities rather than specific survival skills. Rather than teaching hunting, fighting, or resource gathering directly, the training enhanced the mental faculties that made all such learning more effective. The mysterious objects were tools that strengthened intellectual capability in ways that multiplied the effectiveness of subsequent practical training. This understanding represented a fundamental challenge to Strong's assumptions about strength and capability. In supermutant society, training focused on developing specific physical skills that provided immediate tactical advantage. The idea of investing time and resources in enhancing general learning ability rather than direct capability development was entirely foreign to his experience. Yet the results of the human approach were undeniable. Settlement children who participated in the container training consistently outperformed their peers in complex tasks that required analysis, planning, and adaptation. Their enhanced learning capability created cumulative advantages that increased over time, making them more valuable community members as they matured. The initial investment in apparently impractical training produced long-term returns that far exceeded its cost. Strong's contemplation of these implications was interrupted during his second week of observation by an unexpected development. As he settled into his usual position behind the garden wall, he noticed Teacher Wisdom approaching his concealment, rather than entering the container with the day's group of children. "You've been watching our school for quite some time," she said with the gentle directness that Strong had observed in her interactions with students. "I'm curious about what interests you in our reading and writing lessons." The words reading and writing provided Strong with his first clear identification of the activities he had been observing. These terms carried vague associations from his distant pre-transformation memories, concepts related to the manipulation of symbols that represented spoken language. Yet his current understanding of such activities was limited to brief encounters with signs and written instructions that others had interpreted for him. "Strong observes human activities that Strong does not understand," he replied, rising from his concealment with careful movements designed to appear non-threatening. "Children spend much time looking at reading materials. Strong wants to understand what they learn." Teacher Wisdom's expression showed interest rather than concern at his admission of surveillance. Reading and writing are fundamental skills that allow us to preserve and share knowledge across time and distance. These children are learning to decode written language so they can access information that would otherwise be lost. The concept she described aligned with Strong's growing understanding of the training's purpose, though the specific mechanisms remained mysterious. "Information in writing is more useful than spoken information?" he asked, seeking clarification of principles that challenged his established assumptions. "Written information can be preserved exactly, consulted repeatedly, and shared with people who are not present when it's created," Teacher Wisdom explained patiently. "It allows us to learn from people who lived before us, communicate with distant communities, and maintain records that help us make better decisions." Strong's analytical mind immediately grasped the tactical advantages that such capabilities would provide. Access to preserved information could enhance planning, reduce resource waste through improved coordination, and prevent the loss of knowledge when experienced community members died or departed. The strategic value of literacy skills became apparent once their functions were clearly explained. This knowledge, reading and writing, could make Strong more effective, he inquired, the question carrying implications that extended far beyond simple curiosity. Teacher Wisdom's smile carried the warmth that Strong had observed in her interactions with students. Absolutely. Reading would give you access to military manuals, technical guides, historical records, and geographic information that could enhance your effectiveness in any situation. Would you be interested in learning? The offer represented an opportunity that Strong had not anticipated. His initial response was reflexive pride. Super mutants were naturally superior to humans in physical capability and needed no assistance with intellectual development. Yet, his weeks of observation had demonstrated that human intellectual achievements could provide advantages that pure physical strength could not duplicate. Strong would need to learn like human children, he asked, uncertain whether his established dignity could accommodate such apparent regression to developmental stages he had presumably completed long ago. Not exactly like children, Teacher Wisdom assured him. Adults learn differently than children, and your existing knowledge and experience would allow us to focus on practical applications rather than basic concepts. We could work privately, if you prefer, using materials that relate to your interests and goals. The suggestion of private instruction addressed Strong's primary concern about public acknowledgement of intellectual limitations. More importantly, the promise of practical applications offered learning that could enhance his effectiveness, rather than merely satisfying curiosity. Strong found himself seriously considering an opportunity that would have been inconceivable just weeks earlier. What materials would Strong use for learning? He inquired, his question indicating acceptance of the general concept, while seeking details about implementation. I have military technical manuals, survival guides, equipment maintenance instructions, and tactical references that might interest you, Teacher Wisdom replied. We could begin with materials that relate to your existing expertise and gradually expand to other subjects as your skills develop. The prospect of accessing military and survival information through direct reading, rather than depending on others for interpretation, offered clear tactical advantages. Strong's decision crystallized with the recognition that literacy skills would enhance, rather than replace, his existing capabilities. When could lessons begin, he asked, the question representing a commitment that surprised him with its lack of internal conflict. Teacher Wisdom's expression carried satisfaction at his decision. We could start tomorrow morning before the children's sessions begin. Early morning lessons would give us privacy while taking advantage of fresh mental energy for learning. As they arranged the details of his instruction schedule, Strong reflected on the unexpected turn his observation period had taken. What had begun as analytical study of puzzling human behavior had evolved into personal participation in skill development that could enhance his own effectiveness. The transformation puzzled him, but he no longer felt compelled to fully understand his motivations before acting on their implications. The following morning found Strong approaching the converted shipping container with feelings he had not experienced since his earliest memories of learning combat techniques. The mixture of anticipation and uncertainty reminded him that all meaningful growth involved entering unfamiliar territory, where established competencies provided limited guidance. Teacher Wisdom greeted him with the same patient warmth she showed all students, though her materials were distinctly different from those used in children's sessions. Instead of simple books with large symbols, she presented military field manuals, technical specifications, and tactical guides that dealt with subjects familiar to Strong's experience. We'll begin with recognition of individual letters, she explained, opening a technical manual to a page filled with symbols that Strong had seen countless times but never understood. These symbols represent specific sounds, and combinations of symbols create words that carry meaning. The initial lesson proceeded with careful attention to Strong's learning pace and preferred methods, rather than the rote repetition that characterized some forms of instruction. Teacher Wisdom emphasized understanding of principles that would allow him to decode unfamiliar combinations independently. Her approach recognized that adult learning differed from childhood education in both motivation and methodology. Strong's first attempts at letter recognition were frustrating in ways that reminded him how long it had been since he had encountered skills that required sustained effort to master. His fingers, so precise when handling weapons or tools, felt clumsy when tracing symbol shapes. His eyes, trained to identify threats and opportunities across vast distances, struggled to distinguish between similar characters on the printed page. Yet Teacher Wisdom's patient encouragement and practical focus sustained his effort through the initial difficulties. When he successfully identified his first complete word weapon in a tactical manual, the satisfaction he experienced was unexpectedly profound. The achievement represented not just skill acquisition, but access to information that had previously required dependence on others for interpretation. Over the following days, Strong's morning lessons developed into a routine that he anticipated with growing enthusiasm. Each session brought new letter combinations, expanded vocabulary, and increased capability to extract meaning from written materials. Teacher Wisdom's selection of reading materials maintained his interest by focusing on subjects that related directly to his experience and goals. The process of learning to read provided Strong with insights into human intellectual development that his previous observation had not revealed. The systematic building of complex skills from simple components demonstrated organizational principles that paralleled military training, but applied to mental rather than physical capabilities. The patience required for sustained effort without immediate practical application challenged his assumptions about efficient resource allocation. Most significantly, Strong began to understand why human communities invested such resources in literacy education. The skills he was developing would eventually provide access to vast stores of information that could enhance decision-making, improve problem-solving, and expand his understanding of complex situations. The initial investment in apparently impractical study was producing capabilities that would multiply his effectiveness in countless future applications. As his reading skills progressed beyond basic letter recognition to simple word combinations, Strong experienced the first glimpses of literacy's transformative potential. Technical manuals that had been mysterious collections of symbols began revealing their contents. Maintenance procedures that could extend equipment life, tactical principles that could improve combat effectiveness, historical accounts that provided context for current situations. The satisfaction of independent access to this information was qualitatively different from having others read and interpret materials for him. Written sources provided details, nuances, and alternative perspectives that verbal summaries often simplified or omitted. Strong's growing reading capability was creating a more comprehensive and accurate understanding of subjects he had thought he already knew well. His progress attracted attention from the settlement's children, who observed his morning lessons with curiosity rather than condescension. Their acceptance of an adult learner in their educational environment demonstrated the inclusive attitudes that characterized human communities at their best. Some children even volunteered to assist with his practice sessions, creating learning partnerships that benefited both participants. Teacher Wisdom encouraged these interactions as beneficial for all involved. The children's reading skills were reinforced through helping others, while Strong's adult perspective provided them with different approaches to understanding complex concepts. The collaborative learning environment created opportunities for knowledge exchange that enhanced everyone's educational experience. As Strong's second week of reading instruction progressed, He began to notice applications of his developing literacy skills in practical settlement activities. When consulting written inventories, he could now identify specific items rather than relying on others to locate needed supplies. Warning signs that had previously been meaningless symbols now conveyed important safety information. Trade agreements and resource allocation plans became accessible for his direct review and analysis. These practical applications reinforced the value of his educational investment, while providing motivation for continued effort. Each new reading capability translated immediately into enhanced effectiveness in daily activities. The cumulative effect was a growing sense of intellectual empowerment that paralleled but differed from the physical confidence he had always possessed. Teacher Wisdom observed his progress with professional satisfaction, occasionally adjusting instruction methods to accommodate his learning preferences and goals. Her flexibility in adapting educational approaches to individual needs demonstrated the sophisticated understanding of human development that characterized effective teachers. "You're progressing remarkably well," she commented during one morning session. Adult learners often advance quickly once they overcome initial hesitation because they can relate new skills to existing knowledge and experience. Strong nodded, appreciating both the encouragement and the educational principles she had identified. His military experience provided context for technical materials that made their content immediately relevant and memorable. Combat situations had taught him to value information that could improve survival and effectiveness, making written sources particularly meaningful once he could access them independently. "Reading gives strong access to knowledge without depending on others," he observed, articulating a realization that had been developing through his educational experience. "Makes Strong more capable, more independent." "Exactly," Teacher Wisdom confirmed. "Literacy is fundamentally about intellectual independence, the ability to learn continuously throughout life by accessing recorded human knowledge and experience." This concept of continuous learning represented another challenge to Strong's established assumptions about skill development. In super-mutant society, individuals typically achieved peak capability relatively early and maintained it through practice and application. The idea that learning could continue indefinitely, with each new skill enhancing the ability to acquire others, suggested possibilities for growth that extended far beyond traditional limitation. As his third week of instruction began, Strong noticed that his improved reading skills were affecting his observation and analysis of human communities. Written signs, posted notices, and documented procedures that had previously been invisible to his understanding now provided insights into community organization, resource management, and social coordination. His enhanced literacy was creating a more comprehensive picture of how human settlements functioned. This expanded understanding led to deeper appreciation for the complexity and sophistication of human social arrangements. What he had previously interpreted as inefficient or arbitrary behavior often revealed underlying systematic principles when he could access written records of decisions, procedures, and policies. Human communities operated according to documented frameworks that provided consistency and continuity across changing circumstances. The recognition that literacy provided access not just to technical information, but to the organizational knowledge that governed community life, represented a significant expansion of Strong's understanding of its value. Reading skills were not merely practical tools, but gateways to comprehending the intellectual achievements that distinguished human civilization. His growing appreciation for these concepts was reinforced during a community meeting where written proposals were distributed for review and discussion. For the first time, Strong could read these documents directly, rather than depending on others for interpretation. His ability to participate in informed discussion based on his own analysis of the materials enhanced his contribution to community decision-making. The meeting's participants welcomed his insights with the respect accorded to informed opinion, regardless of its source. His comments demonstrated understanding of complex issues that impressed other community members and established his credibility as someone whose views deserved serious consideration. The experience illustrated how literacy skills translated into enhanced social status and influence. As the meeting concluded, Strong reflected on the transformation his educational experience had produced. The reading skills that had begun as curiosity about mysterious human activities had evolved into capabilities that enhanced his effectiveness in multiple domains. More importantly, the learning process had introduced him to intellectual satisfaction that complemented but differed from the physical accomplishment that had previously defined his sense of achievement. Teacher Wisdom approached him after the meeting, her expression carrying the satisfaction of someone whose educational efforts had produced meaningful results. "You've made remarkable progress," she observed. "Your reading skills have developed to the point where you can handle most practical materials independently. Are you interested in expanding into other areas of study?" The question opened possibilities that Strong had not previously considered. His successful mastery of basic literacy had demonstrated that intellectual learning could enhance rather than diminish his existing capabilities. The prospect of continued education in areas that could further expand his knowledge and effectiveness held genuine appeal. "What other knowledge could Strong learn?" he inquired, his question indicating both interest in continued study and confidence in his ability to master new subjects. "Mathematics for advanced calculations, geography for navigation and planning, history for understanding current situations, science for technical applications," Teacher Wisdom suggested. "The foundation you've built with reading and writing skills provides access to virtually any subject that interests you." Strong considered these possibilities with the analytical approach he applied to tactical planning. Each suggested area of study offered potential advantages that could enhance his effectiveness in different situations. More importantly, his successful literacy education had demonstrated that intellectual development was compatible with his existing identity and goals. Strong would like to continue learning, he decided, the commitment representing recognition that education was an investment in continuous improvement rather than acknowledgement of current inadequacy. As they discussed arrangements for continued instruction, Strong marveled at the unexpected direction his observation period had taken. What had begun as surveillance of puzzling human behavior had evolved into personal participation in educational processes that enhanced his own capabilities, while providing insight into the intellectual foundations of human achievement. The afternoon session with the settlement's children proceeded, as Strong completed his transition from observer to participant in the community's educational life. His presence in the learning environment had become accepted and valued, demonstrating the inclusive principles that characterized human communities at their best. As evening approached and the day's lessons concluded, Strong helped Teacher Wisdom organize materials and prepare the container classroom for the following day's activities. His assistance represented not just courtesy, but active contribution to educational processes that benefited the entire community. "Thank you for your help," Teacher Wisdom said as they completed the organizing tasks. "Your presence here has enriched our learning environment in ways that benefit everyone." Strong nodded, appreciating both the recognition and the principle it represented. His educational experience had demonstrated that learning was most effective when approached as collaborative endeavor rather than individual struggle. The community's investment in his development had produced returns that extended beyond his personal benefit to enhance collective capability. That evening, as Strong settled into his temporary shelter with a technical manual for independent reading practice, he reflected on the intellectual journey that had transformed his understanding of human knowledge and capability. The reading skills he had developed provided access to information that enhanced his effectiveness, while introducing him to forms of satisfaction that pure physical achievement could not duplicate. The words on the page before him, once meaningless symbols, now conveyed detailed information about equipment maintenance, tactical principles, and technical procedures that could improve his performance in countless situations. Each page represented access to human knowledge and experience that expanded his own understanding and capability. As he read by the light of a small lamp, Strong understood that his education had introduced him to a form of strength that complemented rather than competed with physical power. Intellectual capability enhanced every other skill and provided advantages that accumulated over time rather than diminishing through use. The investment in learning represented development of resources that would serve him throughout his extended existence. The settlement around him settled into evening routines, its residents secure in homes protected not just by physical defenses, but by the accumulated knowledge that informed their decisions, guided their planning, and enhanced their collective capability. In classrooms throughout the Commonwealth, other students were discovering the transformative power of literacy, beginning their own journeys of intellectual development and expanded possibility. Strong's reading session continued into the night, each successfully decoded passage reinforcing his commitment to continued learning and his appreciation for the intellectual achievements that distinguished human civilization. Tomorrow would bring new lessons, expanded capabilities, and further opportunities to apply his growing knowledge in service of community welfare and personal development. As sleep approached, Strong's last conscious thought was gratitude for the unexpected educational opportunity that had transformed surveillance into participation, curiosity into capability, and observation into achievement. His journey of intellectual discovery had begun with questions about human behavior and had evolved into personal development that enhanced every aspect of his existence. The night settled peacefully over Sanctuary Hills, its residents resting secure in homes protected by knowledge as well as strength. In the converted shipping container that served as their school, books waited to transform tomorrow's students, just as they had transformed the super mutant who had discovered that true power included the ability to learn, grow, and contribute to the intellectual achievements that made survival meaningful rather than merely possible. As Strong's reading lessons continued in Sanctuary Hills, miles away in the settlement of Goodneighbor, Dr. Sterling worked through the night in his makeshift clinic, treating patients who arrived regardless of the hour or their ability to pay. His steady hands moved with practiced precision as he tended to both ally and enemy with equal care, guided by principles that a watching super mutant struggled to understand. Join us next for the healing touch. The Commonwealth sun painted the settlement of Covenant in warm amber hues as afternoon shadows began their slow progression across the well-maintained courtyards and carefully tended gardens. Unlike many wasteland communities that bore the harsh scars of constant struggle, Covenant possessed an orderly tranquility that spoke of successful defense against the chaos that characterized much of post-war existence. Clean pathways wound between sturdy buildings, water flowed freely from maintained pumps, and residents moved with the unhurried confidence of people who had achieved a measure of security in an uncertain world. Strong approached the settlement's outskirts with the careful attention he had learned to apply when encountering new human communities. His companion had departed earlier that morning to investigate reports of Institute activity in the region, leaving him to observe and wait, while more delicate diplomatic inquiries proceeded through established channels. The arrangement suited Strong's analytical nature, providing opportunities to study human social organization without the complications that his imposing presence sometimes created in formal negotiations. Today his attention had been drawn by unusual activity near Covenant's main gate, where a steady stream of individuals arrived seeking entrance to the settlement. Unlike the typical pattern of traders, travelers, and diplomatic visitors that characterized most communities, these arrivals appeared to be in various states of injury or distress. Some limped with obvious wounds, others were carried by companions, and many bore the telltale signs of radiation exposure or wasteland disease that marked them as desperately in need of medical attention. What puzzled Strong most profoundly was the settlement's response to these obviously vulnerable individuals. Rather than turning away potential drains on their resources or screening carefully for threats, Covenant's guards processed each arrival with swift efficiency, directing them toward a specific building near the settlement's center. The pattern suggested some form of organized assistance that defied Strong's understanding of typical wasteland survival priorities. From his observation position behind a cluster of fallen trees that provided both concealment and clear sight lines to the settlement's activities, Strong watched as a particularly diverse group of individuals sought entry. Among them were raiders bearing the distinctive clothing and crude weapons that marked them as members of hostile groups, settlers from various Commonwealth communities, and even what appeared to be escaped sins, whose artificial nature was apparent to his enhanced perception. Yet all received the same careful processing and direction toward the central building. The mystery deepened as Strong observed the interactions between these disparate groups. In most circumstances, raiders and settlers maintained hostile relations that frequently erupted into violence, while synths faced suspicion and discrimination from both human factions. Yet within Covenant's controlled environment, these natural enemies waited peacefully in the same areas, their shared need for medical attention apparently overriding traditional antagonisms. Strong's analytical mind worked to decode the principles underlying this unprecedented cooperation. The settlement's policies clearly differed from standard wasteland practice, which typically involved strict resource allocation based on faction loyalty, trade relationships, or military alliance. Covenant appeared to operate according to different criteria that prioritized immediate need over political or strategic considerations. His contemplation of these unusual arrangements was interrupted by the arrival of a new group that commanded his immediate attention. A small convoy of makeshift vehicles approached Covenant's gates, their improvised armor and defensive modifications suggesting recent combat experience. As the vehicles stopped and their occupants emerged, Strong could see that several individuals required immediate medical attention, wounds that would prove fatal without rapid intervention. Most significantly, the group's composition included both raiders and settlement defenders, natural enemies who had apparently reached some form of temporary truce in order to seek medical assistance. Their weapons remained holstered or secured, and their interactions carried the tension of forced cooperation rather than the hostility that typically characterized such encounters. The sight of sworn enemies collaborating in the face of medical emergency presented Strong with a puzzle that challenged his fundamental assumptions about human behavior. Covenant's guards processed this mixed group with the same efficient neutrality they had shown previous arrivals, clearly following established procedures that prioritized medical need over factional identification. Within minutes, the wounded were being transported toward the central building, while their companions were directed to waiting areas where they could monitor their fellows' treatment without compromising medical operations. Strong's curiosity about these unprecedented arrangements prompted him to adjust his observation position, moving carefully through the surrounding vegetation to achieve better sight lines of the mysterious central building. His enhanced vision allowed him to observe activities through the structure's windows, revealing scenes that deepened his puzzlement about Covenant's unusual policies. The building's interior had been converted into a comprehensive medical facility that rivaled the sophisticated treatment centers Strong had encountered in major settlements like Diamond City or the Brotherhood of Steel's medical bays. Clean, well-lit treatment areas contained equipment that had been carefully maintained and upgraded, while organized supply storage suggested systematic procurement of medical materials. Most impressive was the obvious expertise of the medical staff, whose movements demonstrated the precision and confidence that characterized highly trained professionals. At the center of this medical activity was a figure whose calm authority seemed to coordinate all treatment efforts. Dr. Sterling moved between patients with the unhurried efficiency of someone completely comfortable with emergency medicine, his assessment of each case swift but thorough, his treatment decisions made with confidence born of it. What struck Strong most forcefully was the doctor's apparent indifference to his patients' factional affiliations or background circumstances. Each individual received the same careful attention, regardless of whether they were raiders, settlers, synths, or members of other Commonwealth factions. This radical departure from typical wasteland medical practice presented Strong with a conceptual challenge that his previous experience had not prepared him to address. In super-mutant society, medical resources were allocated based on tactical value and social position within the hierarchy. Wounded members who could return to productive roles received priority treatment, while those whose injuries compromised their ability to contribute to group survival received minimal attention. The idea of providing equal medical care regardless of the recipient's value or affiliation was entirely foreign to his understanding of efficient resource management. Yet as Strong observed Dr. Sterling's methodical treatment of patients throughout the afternoon, he began to detect patterns that suggested systematic rather than arbitrary decision-making. The doctor's approach appeared to prioritize medical severity over all other considerations, treating the most critically injured first, regardless of their backgrounds. Life-threatening conditions received immediate attention, while less urgent cases waited in carefully organized queues that ensured everyone received appropriate care in order of medical priority rather than social importance. More intriguingly, Strong observed that Dr. Sterling's treatment of former enemies often produced unexpected results. Raiders who had presumably arrived with hostile intentions towards settlement defenders found themselves receiving medical care from the very people they had been fighting. The cognitive dissonance created by this experience appeared to generate confusion and reconsideration of previously held assumptions about human nature and community relations. As evening approached, Strong witnessed a particularly striking example of this phenomenon when two patients, a raider and a settlement defender who had apparently wounded each other in recent combat, found themselves recovering in adjacent beds within the medical facility. Their initial hostility gradually gave way to cautious conversation as they observed Dr. Sterling providing identical care to both despite their opposing affiliations. The shared experience of vulnerability and healing appeared to create common ground that transcended their factional differences. The significance of this transformation was not lost on Strong, whose own understanding of human nature had been shaped by observations of conflict and competition between different groups. Dr. Sterling's medical facility represented a unique environment where typical social hierarchies and antagonisms were suspended in favor of universal principles of healing and care. The doctor's unwavering commitment to treating all patients equally created conditions that allowed natural human empathy to overcome artificial divisions. Strong's analysis of these dynamics was interrupted by a commotion near Covenant's main gate, where new arrivals were creating some form of disturbance that required guard intervention. Through his concealed observation position, Strong could see that a group of heavily armed mercenaries had arrived with wounded companions and were demanding immediate treatment, while refusing to surrender their weapons, according to settlement protocols. The situation escalated quickly as the mercenaries' leader insisted on maintaining armed escort for his wounded subordinates, claiming distrust of Covenant's medical staff, and demanding priority treatment based on his group's ability to pay for premium services. His aggressive posture and threatening demands created exactly the type of crisis that Strong expected would reveal the limitations of Dr. Sterling's idealistic medical policies. Instead, Strong observed a masterful display of conflict resolution that demonstrated the practical wisdom underlying Covenant's unusual approach to medical care. Dr. Sterling emerged from his facility to address the situation personally, his calm demeanor unchanged despite the mercenaries' hostile attitude. Rather than confronting their demands directly or compromising his principles, he offered to provide immediate medical assessment of their wounded, while negotiations continued regarding security arrangements. "I understand your concerns about your companion's safety," Sterling said, his voice carrying professional authority without defensiveness or condescension. "Let me examine their injuries immediately so we can determine what treatment they need. We can discuss security arrangements once I've assessed their medical condition." The offer demonstrated Sterling's ability to prioritize immediate medical need while maintaining his facility's security protocols. By focusing on the wounded rather than engaging in political arguments with their companions, he created conditions that allowed practical problem solving to proceed without compromising essential principles. Strawn watched with fascination as Sterling's approach gradually diffused the tense situation. His competent medical assessment of the mercenaries' wounded companions provided objective information that superseded political posturing, while his obvious expertise and genuine concern for patient welfare earned grudging respect from even the most suspicious mercenaries. Within an hour, the wounded were receiving treatment while their companions waited in designated areas, having agreed to security protocols they had initially rejected. The incident illustrated principles of leadership and conflict resolution that Strong had rarely observed in wasteland communities. Rather than responding to aggression with counter-aggression or yielding to demands that compromised essential policies, Dr. Sterling had found ways to address legitimate concerns while maintaining the integrity of his medical mission. His success depended not on physical strength or political maneuvering, but on professional competence and unwavering commitment to healing principles. As night settled over Covenant, Strong continued his observation of the medical facility's operations, noting how treatment schedules adapted to accommodate patient needs while maintaining efficient resource utilization. The evening shift brought different challenges, as some patients required monitoring throughout the night, while others recovered sufficiently to be discharged with appropriate medications and follow-up instructions. So throughout these activities, Dr. Sterling maintained his systematic approach to patient care, checking on recovery progress, adjusting treatment protocols based on individual responses, and ensuring that discharged patients understood their ongoing care requirements. His attention to detail and personal involvement in every aspect of treatment demonstrated the comprehensive dedication that effective medical practice required. Strong's enhanced hearing allowed him to catch fragments of conversations between Sterling and his patients. Interactions that revealed the doctor's ability to provide not just physical healing, but emotional support that helped patients process the trauma and stress that accompanied serious injuries. Raiders who had never experienced genuine concern for their welfare found themselves receiving compassionate care that challenged their assumptions about human nature. Settlement defenders discovered that their enemies were capable of gratitude and respect when treated with dignity rather than suspicion. These transformative interactions represented outcomes that purely military or political solutions could never achieve. By creating a space where healing took precedence over factional conflict, Dr. Sterling was gradually building bridges between opposing groups that might eventually contribute to broader peace and cooperation throughout the Commonwealth. Strong's contemplation of these possibilities was interrupted by a sharp pain in his left arm, where a poorly maintained section of his observation shelter had apparently given way under his weight. A jagged piece of metal had torn through his thick hide, creating a wound that, while not immediately dangerous, required medical attention to prevent infection and ensure proper healing. For the first time since beginning his observation of Covenant's medical facility, Strong found himself considering direct interaction with the community he had been studying. His injury provided legitimate reason to seek medical assistance, though doing so would end his objective observation period and potentially create complications for both himself and the settlement he had been monitoring. The decision was complicated by Strong's awareness that his imposing appearance and super mutant identity might create anxiety among patients who were already vulnerable and stressed. His presence in the medical facility could disrupt the carefully maintained atmosphere of healing and trust that Dr. Sterling had worked to establish. Yet his wound genuinely required professional medical attention that he could not provide for himself using field treatment methods alone. Strong's internal debate was resolved by practical necessity when his injured arm began showing signs of infection that required immediate intervention. Regardless of potential complications, he needed medical care that only Dr. Sterling's facility could provide. With careful attention to appearing as non-threatening as possible, Strong emerged from his concealment and approached Covenant's main gate. The settlement's guards reacted to his appearance with the professional alertness that Strong expected, though without the immediate hostility that his species often encountered. Their questioning was thorough but respectful, focusing on his medical need rather than attempting to determine his factional affiliations or strategic intentions. Within minutes, he found himself being escorted toward the medical facility he had been observing from a distance. Dr. Sterling's reaction to his imposing new patient demonstrated the principles that Strong had observed throughout his surveillance period. Despite the obvious surprise of treating a super mutant, Sterling's assessment was purely medical, focusing on the nature and severity of Strong's injury rather than his species or background. His examination was thorough and professional, his questions practical rather than judgmental. "This is infected and will require antibiotic treatment, along with proper cleaning and dressing," Sterling announced after completing his assessment. "The wound is serious but entirely treatable if we address it promptly. I'll need to debride the damaged tissue and apply a course of broad-spectrum antibiotics." Strong nodded his understanding, impressed despite himself by Sterling's clinical competence and matter-of-fact approach to treating someone whom many wasteland physicians would have regarded with suspicion or fear. The doctor's focus on medical facts rather than social prejudices created an atmosphere of professional trust that made Strong comfortable accepting treatment. As Sterling worked to clean and treat the infected wound, Strong experienced firsthand the gentle competence he had observed from a distance. The doctor's movements were precise but careful, causing minimal discomfort while ensuring thorough treatment. His explanations of each procedure helped Strong understand what was happening and why, demonstrating respect for patient autonomy that was rare in Strong's medical experiences. "You'll need to keep this clean and dry for several days while the antibiotics work," Sterling instructed as he finished dressing the wound. "I'd recommend staying in the area so I can monitor your progress and adjust treatment if necessary. Infection can be serious if not properly managed." The suggestion that Strong remain near Covenant for continued medical monitoring represented an unexpected opportunity to observe the medical facility's operations from the inside rather than as an external surveillance target. More importantly, it provided chance to understand the principles and motivations that drove Dr. Sterling's unusual approach to medical practice. "Strong can stay," he agreed, the decision representing transition from observer to participant in the healing community he had been studying. "Strong wants to understand how Dr. Sterling helps all patients equally." Sterling's expression showed interest at this observation. "You've been watching our operations?" Strong nodded, seeing no advantage in concealing his previous surveillance now that he had revealed himself as a patient. "Strong observes human settlements to understand human behavior. Dr. Sterling treats enemies same as friends. Strong wants to understand why. Because healing is about medical need, not political affiliation," Sterling replied with the patience he showed all patients seeking to understand their treatment. "Pain doesn't distinguish between raiders and settlers. Infection doesn't care about factional loyalty, and death is equally tragic regardless of who dies. Medical care should follow the same principles." The explanation articulated concepts that Strong had been developing through his observations, but had not been able to formulate clearly. Dr. Sterling's approach to medicine was based on universal principles that transcended the factional divisions that dominated most wasteland social organizations. By treating medical need as the primary consideration, he created space for healing that extended beyond physical wounds, to include the social and psychological trauma that perpetuated conflict between different groups. Over the following days, as Strong remained at Covenant for continued treatment and monitoring of his healing wound, he gained unprecedented insight into the daily operations of a medical facility dedicated to universal care. His presence as a patient provided access to interactions and observations that external surveillance could never have revealed. Most significantly, Strong experienced the vulnerability that came with being a patient, requiring care from others. Despite his physical strength and extensive combat experience, his infected wound had created a condition that he could not address through individual effort alone. Dr. Sterling's competent treatment had been essential for his recovery, creating a form of dependence that was foreign to Strong's typically self-reliant existence. This experience of vulnerability provided Strong with new understanding of the courage required to seek medical help. Many patients who arrived at Sterling's facility had delayed treatment due to pride, fear, or mistrust of medical authority. Their decision to seek help required acknowledgement of limitations and acceptance of dependence on others' expertise, forms of courage that were different from physical bravery, but equally significant. Strong's observations of other patients reinforced these insights. He watched raiders struggle with accepting care from settlement defenders. Settlement defenders grapple with being treated alongside their former enemies, and individuals from all factions learned to trust medical professionals whose primary loyalty was to healing rather than political causes. The medical facility created conditions that challenged everyone's preconceptions about strength, weakness, and the nature of human relationships. Dr. Sterling's role in facilitating these transformations became increasingly apparent as Strong observed his interactions with diverse patients. The doctor's unwavering professional standards created consistency that allowed trust to develop despite patients' initial suspicions. His competence provided confidence that treatment decisions were based on medical expertise rather than political bias. Most importantly, his obvious dedication to healing gave patients reason to believe that their welfare was genuinely his primary concern. These qualities combined to create an environment where natural human empathy could overcome artificial divisions imposed by factional conflict. Patients who might have been enemies in other circumstances found themselves sharing recovery spaces, comparing treatment experiences, and developing mutual respect based on their common vulnerability and shared humanity. Strong's own integration into this healing community provided him with personal experience of the transformation that Dr. Sterling's facility could produce. Other patients initially regarded him with the wariness that super mutants typically encountered, but his obvious need for medical care and respectful behavior gradually earned acceptance. Conversations during recovery periods revealed common ground that transcended species differences. Shared experiences of combat, loss, survival, and the search for meaning in a dangerous world. By his fourth day as a patient, Strong found himself serving as an informal mediator in discussions between former enemies who were learning to see each other as individuals rather than faction representatives. His perspective as an outsider to human factional conflicts allowed him to ask questions and offer observations that helped others recognize their shared humanity despite political differences. The role represented a form of contribution that Strong had never previously experienced. Rather than providing value through physical strength or tactical expertise, he was helping others through patient listening, thoughtful questions, and gentle guidance toward mutual understanding. The satisfaction he derived from these interactions was qualitatively different from the achievement he felt in combat or resource acquisition. More subtle, but equally meaningful. Dr. Sterling observed these developments with quiet satisfaction, occasionally engaging Strong in conversations about his observations and insights. These discussions revealed the doctor's sophisticated understanding of human psychology and social dynamics, knowledge that informed his medical practice in ways that extended far beyond technical treatment protocols. Healing isn't just about fixing physical problems, Sterling explained during one such conversation. Trauma, fear, anger, and mistrust can be as debilitating as any physical injury. Creating conditions where people can address these psychological wounds is often as important as treating their physical symptoms. Strong's analytical mind immediately grasped the strategic implications of this approach. By addressing the psychological and social factors that contributed to ongoing conflict, Dr. Sterling's medical facility was potentially making contributions to regional stability that extended far beyond its immediate healing mission. Former enemies who learned to respect each other's humanity were less likely to engage in future violence, while individuals who experienced compassionate care were more likely to extend similar treatment to others. The cumulative effect of countless individual transformations could gradually shift the Commonwealth culture away from perpetual conflict toward greater cooperation and mutual support. Dr. Sterling's medical facility represented a practical application of idealistic principles that could produce measurable improvements in regional security and prosperity. As Strong's wound healed and his discharge from medical care approached, he reflected on the unexpected education he had received through his patient experience. What had begun as analytical observation of unusual medical practices had evolved into personal understanding of healing principles that transcended physical treatment to encompass psychological and social restoration. The transformation in his own attitudes was unmistakable. His initial skepticism about Dr. Sterling's inefficient equal treatment policies had given way to deep respect for the courage and wisdom required to maintain such principles in a hostile environment. The doctor's commitment to universal healing represented a form of strength that was different from physical power, but equally impressive in its effect. More personally, Strong's experience of vulnerability and recovery had taught him that accepting help from others required courage rather than weakness. His dependence on Dr. Sterling's expertise during his medical crisis had not diminished his strength, but had enhanced it by ensuring proper healing and preventing complications that could have compromised his future effectiveness. On his final evening as a patient, Strong joined other recovering individuals in the facility's common area, where informal conversations often continued well into the night. The atmosphere was relaxed and collegial, with former enemies sharing stories, offering mutual support, and planning cooperative activities that would continue their healing relationships beyond their medical treatment. It's remarkable how different people can be when they're not fighting each other, observed a former raider who had developed friendship with a settlement defender during their parallel recovery. Makes you wonder if we've been fighting for the right reasons, or whether we needed to be fighting at all, replied his companion, a comment that prompted thoughtful discussion about alternatives to the perpetual conflict that characterized much of Commonwealth life. Strong contributed his own observations to these conversations, sharing insights from his extensive travels throughout the region and his experience with different approaches to community organization. His perspective as someone outside human factional conflicts allowed him to offer observations that participants in those conflicts might not have been able to articulate themselves. Different communities have different strengths, he noted. Fighting wastes strengths. Cooperation multiplies them. Dr. Sterling shows this by helping everyone become stronger through healing. The comment encapsulated principles that Strong had learned through his observation and participation in the medical facility's operations. True strength was enhanced rather than diminished by helping others, and sustainable security required cooperation rather than domination. Dr. Sterling's medical practice demonstrated these principles in action, creating results that pure military force could never achieve. As the evening's conversations concluded and patients settled into rest, Strong prepared for his discharge the following morning with mixed feelings. His wound had healed completely, and his understanding of human healing practices had expanded dramatically, yet he found himself reluctant to leave the unique community that had formed around Dr. Sterling's commitment to universal medical care. The relationships he had developed with other patients, the insights he had gained into human psychology and social dynamics, and the personal growth he had experienced through vulnerability and recovery, all contributed to a sense that his time at the medical facility had been transformative in ways that extended far beyond simple wound treatment. Dr. Sterling's final medical assessment confirmed that Strong's recovery was complete and that no further treatment was required. Their concluding conversation carried the warmth of mutual respect developed through successful medical partnership. "Your recovery has been excellent," Sterling noted, completing his documentation of the treatment process. "More importantly, your presence here has contributed to the healing environment in ways that benefited other patients as well as yourself." Strong nodded, appreciating both the medical assessment and the recognition of his contribution to the facility's mission. Dr. Sterling teaches that healing creates strength rather than consuming it. Strong learned this is true. "I'm glad the experience was meaningful for you," Sterling replied. "You're welcome to return anytime, either for medical care or simply to visit. The relationships you've built here don't have to end with your discharge." The invitation represented continued inclusion in the healing community Strong had come to value. His transformation from external observer to integrated participant had been completed through successful medical treatment, but the personal connections and insights he had gained would continue to influence his future interactions with human communities. As Strong prepared to depart Covenant the following morning, he paused to observe the medical facility's daily operations one final time. The sight of Dr. Sterling beginning another day of universal healing, treating patients from diverse backgrounds with equal competence and compassion, reinforced Strong's appreciation for the principles he had learned through his unexpected medical experience. The wounded and sick who sought treatment at Sterling's facility arrived as factional enemies, traumatized individuals, and suspicious strangers. They departed as healed individuals who had experienced the transformative power of compassionate care and witnessed the possibility of cooperation across traditional divisions. The cumulative effect of countless such transformations represented hope for a commonwealth where healing and growth could eventually supersede conflict and division. Strong's departure from Covenant marked the conclusion of an educational experience that had challenged his fundamental assumptions about strength, healing, and human nature. His analytical observation of unusual medical practices had evolved into personal participation in healing processes that encompassed physical, psychological, and social restoration. The journey had transformed him from skeptical observer to appreciative participant in one of humanity's highest achievements. The commitment to healing that transcended all other considerations. As he traveled away from Covenant toward his next destination, Strong carried with him new understanding of healing as a form of strength that created, rather than consumed, resources, built rather than destroyed relationships, and enhanced rather than diminished those who practiced it. Dr. Sterling's medical facility had demonstrated that compassionate care could produce transformations that pure force could never achieve, offering hope that the Commonwealth's future might be shaped by healing rather than conflict. The morning sun illuminated the road ahead as Strong continued his journey through the Commonwealth. His understanding of human achievement expanded by his encounter with Dr. Sterling's revolutionary approach to medical care. Behind him, the healing work continued, as new patients arrived seeking treatment that would address not only their physical wounds, but the deeper trauma that perpetuated cycles of violence and mistrust throughout the region. As Strong's medical education concluded at Covenant, miles away in the settlement of Finch Farm, the morning sun rose over a different kind of healing project. Community members emerged from their homes carrying tools and lumber, their faces bright with anticipation as they prepared for the annual barn raising that would provide essential storage before winter's arrival. Join us next for the Community Builder. The first pale light of dawn crept across the Commonwealth landscape, illuminating the settlement of Covenant with the gentle warmth that promised a clear autumn day. The air carried the crisp scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke, while distant sounds of early morning activity suggested a community beginning another day of purposeful work. For Strong, who had been traveling the trade routes for several weeks, the peaceful atmosphere provided welcome contrast to the tensions and uncertainties that characterized most wasteland encounters. Strong approached Covenant from the southeast, his massive frame moving with the measured pace that conserved energy during long-distance travel. His enhanced hearing had detected unusual sounds emanating from the settlement, not the defensive preparations or urgent activities that typically accompanied his arrival at human communities, but rather the coordinated bustle that suggested organized collective effort towards some significant undertaking. As the settlement structures became visible through the morning mist, Strong could observe dozens of figures moving with purposeful coordination around what appeared to be a construction site near the community center. Unlike the hasty repairs and defensive preparations that characterized most settlement activities, this project displayed the systematic organization and resource allocation that suggested long-term planning rather than emergency response. The site puzzled Strong considerably. In his experience with super-mutant communities, construction projects were typically individual undertakings that demonstrated personal capability and established territorial claims. Strong members built their own shelters, defended their own positions, and accumulated their own resources through individual effort and dominance over weaker community members. Collaborative construction was rare and usually occurred only when immediate survival threats required temporary cooperation. Yet the scene before him suggested an entirely different approach to community development. Rather than individuals working in competition or isolation, Covenant's residents appeared to be coordinating their efforts toward a shared objective that would benefit the entire settlement. The implications of such resource allocation and collaborative organization challenged fundamental assumptions about human social behavior that Strong had developed through years of wasteland observation. Strong positioned himself on a low ridge that overlooked the construction site, settling behind a cluster of weathered boulders that provided concealment while offering clear observation of the activities below. From this vantage point, he could monitor the project's progress while attempting to understand the principles that governed this unusual form of human community organization. The construction site itself was impressive in its scale and complexity. A foundation had been laid for what appeared to be a substantial building, larger than most residential structures, but smaller than the defensive installations that typically dominated settlement centers. Stacks of lumber, carefully sorted and organized, suggested advanced planning and resource accumulation that had required significant community investment over time. Most intriguingly, the work appeared to be coordinated by an individual whose authority derived from expertise rather than physical dominance. Mason, as Strong would later learn, moved among the various work groups with the confident efficiency of someone directing complex operations through knowledge and experience, rather than intimidation or superior strength. His interactions with other workers carried the collaborative tone of consultation rather than the hierarchical commands that Strong associated with most leadership structures. As the morning progressed, Strong observed the systematic distribution of tasks according to individual capabilities and preferences, rather than rigid assignment based on status or dominance relationships. Older community members contributed through skilled craftsmanship and experienced guidance, while younger residents provided physical labor and enthusiasm. Even children participated in age-appropriate activities, carrying supplies and assisting with simple tasks that contributed meaningfully to the overall effort. The diversity of contributions puzzled Strong initially, as it violated the efficiency principles that governed super-mutant social organization. In his experience, optimal resource allocation required assigning the strongest individuals to the most demanding tasks, while eliminating or minimizing the participation of less capable members. Yet Covenant's approach seemed to deliberately include community members whose contributions might be considered marginal by conventional standards. As he continued his observation, however, Strong began to recognize patterns that suggested systematic rather than arbitrary organization. The older residents' involvement provided not just skilled labor, but also knowledge transfer that enhanced the capabilities of younger workers. Children's participation served educational purposes that developed their skills while instilling community values and social bonds. Even seemingly marginal contributions created collective ownership and investment that strengthened community cohesion. The coordination of these diverse contributions required sophisticated management that impressed Strong despite his initial skepticism. Mason's direction of the project involved continuous assessment of progress, resource allocation, and personnel deployment that rivaled military logistics in its complexity. Yet unlike military operations that emphasized hierarchy and unquestioning obedience, the construction project operated through consensus and collaboration that accommodated individual preferences while maintaining overall efficiency. Strong's analytical mind worked to decode the principles underlying this cooperative organization. The construction project clearly served important community functions. The building would provide valuable storage space for winter supplies while offering additional meeting areas for community activities. Yet the collaborative approach to its construction appeared to serve equally important social functions that enhanced community bonds and collective capability. The sight of individual community members voluntarily subordinating their immediate personal interests to collective goals challenged Strong's understanding of human motivation and social organization. In super-mutant society, cooperation occurred primarily through dominance relationships that enforced compliance with group objectives. The idea that individuals might willingly contribute to community projects without coercion or immediate personal benefit was difficult to reconcile with his established assumptions about rational behavior. Yet as Strong observed the construction activities throughout the morning, the evidence of voluntary cooperation became undeniable. Workers moved between tasks as needed, without formal assignment, sharing tools and materials with casual generosity. When problems arose requiring additional expertise or resources, community members volunteered solutions without apparent expectation of reciprocal compensation. The overall atmosphere suggested satisfaction and engagement rather than reluctant compliance with imposed obligations. Most significantly, Strong began to observe the emergence of collective capability that exceeded the sum of individual contributions. Tasks that would have challenged any single worker became manageable through coordinated effort, while complex problems found solutions through combined expertise and diverse perspectives. The barn raising demonstrated principles of synergy that Strong had encountered in military contexts, but had never observed in civilian community organization. As the sun reached its midday position, Strong noticed changes in the construction site's organization that suggested systematic adaptation to changing conditions. The morning's foundation work had required concentrated effort from the most skilled craftsmen, while the afternoon's wall construction could accommodate broader participation from community members with varying skill levels. Mason's coordination adapted smoothly to these changing requirements without disrupting overall progress or efficiency. The adaptive nature of the project's organization impressed Strong with its resemblance to effective military operations. Like competent field commanders, Mason demonstrated the ability to modify plans based on changing circumstances while maintaining focus on overall objectives. Yet unlike military hierarchies that relied on rigid chains of command, the construction project achieved flexibility through collaborative decision-making that incorporated input from multiple participants. Strong's growing appreciation for the project's organizational sophistication was reinforced by his observation of problem-solving processes that emerged when unexpected challenges arose. When a critical beam proved to be damaged beyond use, the community's response involved rapid consultation among experienced builders, creative modification of construction plans, and efficient resource reallocation that minimized delays while maintaining structural integrity. A collaborative approach to problem solving produced solutions that no individual could have developed alone, while the inclusive decision-making process ensured broad understanding and support for necessary modifications. Strong recognized that such collective problem-solving capability represented a significant advantage in environments where communities faced diverse and unpredictable challenges. As afternoons stretched toward evening, Strong found himself increasingly drawn to the purposeful energy that characterized the construction site. Unlike the tense vigilance required in most wasteland environments, the barn raising created an atmosphere of productive satisfaction that was simultaneously energizing and peaceful. The combination of meaningful work, social cooperation, and visible progress toward valuable goals generated collective satisfaction that Strong had never experienced in competitive environments. His contemplation of these dynamics was interrupted by an unexpected development that would transform his role from observer to participant. A crucial support beam, being maneuvered into position by a team of workers, proved too heavy for safe handling with available personnel. The beam's weight and awkward dimensions created lifting challenges that exceeded the capability of even the settlement's strongest residents working together. He watched the team's repeated attempts to position the beam safely, recognizing that their current approach risked both injury to workers and damage to the construction project. His analytical assessment of the situation suggested that additional lifting capacity was required to complete the task safely and efficiently. More importantly, his own physical capabilities were precisely suited to providing the assistance that the project required. The decision to offer help represented a departure from Strong's established pattern of non-interference in human community activities. His usual approach emphasized observation and analysis rather than direct participation, maintaining the detachment that allowed objective assessment of human behavior patterns. Yet the immediate need for assistance, combined with his growing appreciation for the project's collaborative principles, prompted him to reconsider his observer role. Rising from his concealment, Strong approached the construction site with careful attention to presenting a non-threatening demeanor. His massive frame and obvious physical power could easily be misinterpreted as aggressive intent, particularly in a community focused on peaceful construction activities. As he drew closer to the work area, conversations gradually ceased as community members became aware of his presence. Mason's response to Strong's approach demonstrated the thoughtful leadership that had characterized his project coordination throughout the day. Rather than immediate defensive reaction or hasty retreat, the construction coordinator assessed the situation with calm professionalism, while maintaining awareness of potential security implications. "Can we help you?" Mason inquired, his tone carrying cautious courtesy rather than hostility or fear. "Are you looking for someone in particular, or do you need assistance with something?" Strong paused, recognizing that his motivations for approaching might be difficult to explain in ways that human community members would readily understand. His growing interest in collaborative construction principles had evolved beyond analytical curiosity to something approaching genuine desire to participate in the community's collective effort. "Strong observes construction project," he replied carefully, gesturing toward the partially completed barn structure. "Community works together to build. Strong has not seen such cooperation before. Workers need help with heavy beam. Strong could assist." Mason's expression shifted from wariness to interest as he processed Strong's explanation and offer of assistance. The construction coordinator's assessment of the situation demonstrated the practical problem-solving focus that had characterized his project management throughout the day. "We could certainly use help with that beam," Mason acknowledged, glancing toward the team of workers who had paused their lifting attempts to observe the unexpected interaction. "It's heavier than we anticipated, and we've been struggling to position it safely. Are you experienced with construction work?" Strong nodded, appreciating Mason's direct focus on practical capabilities rather than species-based assumptions or territorial concerns. Strong has experience with construction in military contexts, field fortifications, defensive structures, equipment installations, different from civilian building, but same principles of structural engineering and safe lifting procedures. The mention of military construction experience appeared to satisfy Mason's assessment of Strong's qualifications for the assistance he had offered. More importantly, the construction coordinator's willingness to evaluate Strong's capabilities based on relevant experience rather than physical appearance demonstrated the inclusive approach that had characterized the entire project. "We'd appreciate your help," Mason decided, gesturing toward the problematic beam that had challenged the construction team. "We need to position it as the main support for the barn's central structure. The weight and dimensions make it difficult to handle safely with our current crew." Strong's approach to the beam positioning task demonstrated the systematic methodology that characterized his approach to all technical challenges. His initial assessment focused on understanding the structural requirements, identifying potential lifting hazards, and developing procedures that would accomplish the objective safely and efficiently. Rather than simply applying brute strength to overcome the challenge, Strong integrated his physical capabilities with engineering principles that ensured successful completion. The collaborative nature of the lifting operation required coordination between Strong's exceptional strength and the positioning expertise of the human workers. Rather than displacing their contributions, Strong's capabilities enhanced the team's overall effectiveness, while requiring communication and cooperation that drew him into the collective effort. The successful positioning of the beam represented achievement that belonged to the entire team, rather than any individual contribution. Mason's recognition of Strong's assistance demonstrated the inclusive leadership approach that had characterized his project coordination throughout the day. Rather than treating Strong as an outsider providing temporary help, the construction coordinator integrated his capabilities into the ongoing work in ways that suggested welcomed participation rather than merely tolerated assistance. "There was exactly what we needed," Mason observed, as the beam settled into its designated position with structural precision. "Your experience with heavy construction really shows. We have several more challenging tasks that could benefit from your expertise. If you're interested in continuing to help," Strong's acceptance of Mason's invitation to continued participation marked his transition from observer to active contributor in the community's collaborative construction effort. The shift from analytical detachment to personal investment in the project's success represented a fundamental change in his relationship with human community organization. Over the remaining hours of the workday, Strong's participation in various construction tasks provided comprehensive understanding of the collaborative principles that governed the barn-raising project. His contributions were valued and incorporated effectively into the overall effort, while his own understanding of construction techniques was enhanced through exposure to civilian building methods that differed from his military engineering background. The educational aspects of his participation surprised Strong with their bidirectional nature. While he provided physical capabilities and engineering expertise that enhanced the project's efficiency, other workers shared knowledge of civilian construction techniques, community planning principles, and collaborative decision-making processes that expanded his own understanding of effective organization. Working alongside community members throughout the afternoon, Strong experienced firsthand the satisfaction that came from contributing specialized skills to collective achievement. When his knowledge of structural engineering helped resolve a complex problem with beam placement, the gratitude expressed by other workers carried genuine appreciation for meaningful contribution, rather than mere acknowledgement of assistance. The collaborative work environment created opportunities for informal mentorship relationships that benefited both Strong and his human colleagues. His questions about civilian construction methods were answered with patient explanations that enhanced his understanding, while his own military engineering knowledge provided alternative perspectives that enriched the community's collective expertise. Most significantly, Strong began to understand how individual expertise became enhanced rather than diminished through collaborative application. His structural engineering knowledge became more valuable when combined with others' experience in material properties, local building codes, and community needs. The synergy created by diverse expertise working together produced solutions that no individual contributor could have developed alone. As the afternoon progressed, Strong observed the subtle ways that collaborative work strengthened social bonds beyond immediate project requirements. Shared challenges created opportunities for mutual assistance that built trust and rapport between community members. Success in overcoming obstacles together generated collective pride and confidence that enhanced the community's overall resilience and capability. The construction process revealed how physical labor could serve social and educational functions that extended far beyond immediate productive outcomes. Young people working alongside experienced craftsmen gained not only construction skills, but also exposure to problem-solving approaches, work ethics, and community values that would influence their development throughout their lives. The barn racing functioned as comprehensive community education that prepared participants for future challenges while accomplishing immediate construction objectives. Strong's integration into the work teams provided insights into the communication patterns that made collaborative construction possible. Workers developed shared vocabulary for describing technical procedures, established protocols for requesting and offering assistance, and created feedback mechanisms that ensured quality control while maintaining positive working relationships. These communication skills, Strong realized, were as important as technical expertise in determining project success. The afternoon's challenges included weather considerations that tested the community's adaptive capabilities. When gathering clouds suggested potential rain that could damage exposed materials, the response involved rapid coordination to protect vulnerable components while continuing productive work on weather-resistant tasks. The smooth transition between different work priorities demonstrated planning sophistication that impressed Strong, with its military-like efficiency achieved through civilian consensus rather than hierarchical command. As construction continued into late afternoon, Strong experienced the rhythmic satisfaction that came from sustained collaborative effort. The repetitive nature of many construction tasks created meditative focus that was simultaneously energizing and peaceful. Working in harmony with others toward shared objectives generated forms of personal fulfillment that individual achievement had never provided. The community's approach to error correction and quality control revealed additional dimensions of collaborative organization that Strong found particularly instructive. When mistakes occurred, the response focused on understanding causes and implementing solutions, rather than assigning blame or punishment. This approach created learning opportunities that strengthened the community's collective capability while maintaining positive working relationships essential for continued cooperation. Strong observed that the construction project served multiple community functions beyond its immediate objective of creating additional storage space. The collaborative work strengthened social bonds, provided educational opportunities, demonstrated leadership capabilities, and created shared experiences that enhanced community identity and solidarity. The barn raising was simultaneously practical construction project and community building exercise that achieved multiple objectives through integrated effort. The late afternoon brought the most complex construction challenges, requiring coordination between multiple specialized teams working on interdependent tasks. Strong's participation in these activities provided comprehensive understanding of how individual contributions became integrated into collective achievement. His role evolved from providing physical assistance to serving as liaison between different work groups, his analytical skills helping to coordinate efforts and resolve conflicts between competing priorities. The experience of being trusted with coordination responsibilities demonstrated the community's willingness to incorporate his capabilities into essential project functions. Rather than limiting his participation to basic physical labor, Covenant's residents recognized his organizational skills and technical expertise as valuable resources that enhanced overall project effectiveness. This recognition represented acceptance that extended beyond temporary assistance to acknowledge his potential for ongoing community contribution. Working through the afternoon's complex challenges, Strong began to understand why human communities invested such resources in collaborative projects. The construction process created social capital that extended far beyond immediate construction objectives. Trust built through successful cooperation, communication skills developed through complex coordination, and shared pride in collective achievement all contributed to community resilience that would serve residents in future challenges. The satisfaction Strong experienced from contributing to collective success differed qualitatively from the competitive victories that had previously defined his sense of achievement. Rather than establishing dominance over others, collaborative construction created shared accomplishment that enhanced everyone's sense of capability and worth. The barn's completion would represent victory for the entire community, rather than triumph of any individual contributor. As the working day neared its end, Strong reflected on the transformation his understanding had undergone through direct participation in collaborative construction. The morning's puzzlement about cooperative resource allocation had evolved into appreciation for organizational principles that enhanced rather than diminished individual effectiveness. His own capabilities had been amplified through integration with others' expertise, creating combined effectiveness that exceeded what any individual could achieve alone. The approaching completion of the day's construction objectives created anticipation for the community celebration that would mark progress achieved and plan for continued work. Strong's inclusion in these festivities represented social acceptance that extended beyond project participation to encompass genuine community membership. The barn raising had created relationships and commitments that would continue long after construction completion. As evening approached and the day's construction activities neared completion, Strong observed the transformation that had occurred in both the physical project and the community relationships that had developed through collaborative work. The barn's structural framework now stood complete, ready for the finishing work that would occur over the following days. More importantly, Strong's own integration into the community's collaborative effort had created social connections that extended beyond immediate project requirements. The day's work concluded with a shared meal that brought together all project participants to celebrate progress achieved and plan for continued construction activities. Strong's inclusion in this community gathering represented acceptance that extended beyond temporary assistance to something approaching genuine membership in the settlement's social fabric. During the meal, conversations naturally turned to the project's broader significance for Covenant's long-term development and the community values that had made such collaborative achievement possible. Strong's participation in these discussions provided insights into human community organization that his previous external observation had not revealed. Projects like this barn raising strengthen our community in ways that go beyond the building itself, Mason explained, his comments directed towards Strong's evident interest in understanding the project's deeper significance. Working together on shared goals creates bonds of cooperation and mutual support that help us face whatever challenges the wasteland might bring. Elder Cedar, whose construction advice had guided many of the day's decisions, expanded on Mason's observation with a historical perspective that came from decades of community building experience. I've seen settlements fail because their members couldn't work together when challenges arose. Communities that learn to collaborate on projects like this develop the trust and coordination that help them survive difficult times. The conversation continued with various community members sharing stories of how previous collaborative projects had prepared them for emergencies and challenges that required coordinated response. Strong listened with growing understanding as residents described how barn raisings, road construction, and defensive improvements had created communication networks, leadership structures, and mutual aid systems that served the community in countless ways beyond their immediate objectives. When raiders attacked us 2 years ago, said a woman named Sarah, we knew exactly how to coordinate our defense because we'd learned to work together during the community center construction. The same trust and communication that helped us build also helped us fight. These stories revealed how collaborative construction projects served as training exercises for more critical community challenges. The skills developed through barn raising, communication, coordination, mutual support, shared decision-making, translated directly into capabilities needed for defense, resource management, and crisis response. Strong's analytical mind immediately grasped the strategic advantages that such collaborative capability could provide during emergency situations. Communities with established patterns of cooperation and mutual support would respond more effectively to external threats, resource shortages, or other crises that required coordinated action. The barn raising served as both practical construction project and training exercise for more critical collaborative challenges. Strong understands, he replied, his response carrying appreciation for principles that challenged his previous assumptions about community organization. Working together makes communities stronger than individual members working alone. Shared effort creates trust and cooperation that helps with all challenges. The recognition that collaborative work created social bonds extending beyond immediate project requirements provided Strong with new understanding of human community development. Rather than merely accomplishing construction objectives, the barn raising had strengthened relationships, enhanced communication patterns, and developed collective problem-solving capabilities that would serve the community in multiple future contexts. As the evening celebration continued, Strong found himself included in planning discussions for the barn's completion and future community projects that would benefit from collaborative organization. His construction expertise and physical capabilities were valued as ongoing community resources rather than temporary assistance, suggesting genuine integration into Covenant's social and economic structure. The conversation turned to upcoming projects that would require similar collaborative efforts. Road improvements to facilitate trade, defensive enhancements to improve security, and agricultural developments to increase food production. Strong's expertise was solicited for each of these initiatives, with community members seeking his input on engineering challenges and resource requirements. Your knowledge of defensive construction would be particularly valuable for our wall reinforcement project, Mason noted, consulting notes about planned improvements. We're hoping to strengthen our perimeter without blocking the natural drainage patterns that prevent flooding during heavy rains. Strong nodded, appreciating the complex technical challenges that such projects would involve. Strong has experience with defensive structures that accommodate natural water flow. Military engineering requires balancing protection with environmental factors. Strong would be glad to help plan and build improvements. The discussion revealed how individual projects connected to create comprehensive community development programs. The barn being constructed would provide storage for increased agricultural production, while road improvements would facilitate trade in surplus goods. Defensive enhancements would protect these investments while creating secure environment for continued growth. Each project built upon others to create integrated development that enhanced community capability in multiple domains. Strong's growing understanding of these interconnections provided appreciation for the long-term planning and systematic thinking that characterized successful human communities. Rather than addressing immediate needs through isolated projects, Covenant's residents approached development as coordinated effort that maximized synergies between different initiatives. The community's approach to planning and implementation demonstrated principles that Strong recognized from military strategic planning, though applied to civilian development rather than combat operations. Like effective military campaigns, Covenant's development program involved careful resource allocation, coordinated timing, and adaptive responses to changing circumstances. As evening discussions continued, Strong experienced the satisfaction that came from being consulted as valued community member, whose expertise enhanced collective planning capabilities. His contributions to strategic discussions were received with respect and incorporated into developing plans for community growth and improvement. The transition from outsider observer to community participant represented a fundamental shift in Strong's understanding of human social organization and his own potential role within it. The barn raising had demonstrated that collaboration enhanced rather than diminished individual effectiveness, while creating collective capabilities that exceeded the sum of individual contributions. The evening's conversations revealed additional aspects of collaborative community organization that impressed Strong with their sophistication and effectiveness. Decisions about resource allocation, project priorities, and implementation strategies emerged through consensus-building processes that incorporated diverse perspectives while maintaining efficiency and decisiveness. Rather than the hierarchical command structures that Strong associated with most organizational systems, Covenant operated through distributed leadership that recognized expertise and contribution rather than formal authority. This approach created flexibility and adaptability that enabled effective response to changing circumstances while maintaining social cohesion and shared commitment to community welfare. The community's planning discussions included consideration of environmental factors, resource sustainability, and long-term consequences that demonstrated comprehensive thinking about development impacts. Unlike short-term survival strategies that characterized many wasteland communities, Covenant's approach emphasized sustainable growth that would enhance rather than compromise future capabilities. Strong's participation in these planning conversations provided insights into decision-making processes that balanced competing priorities and resource constraints, while maintaining focus on collective welfare. The complexity of considerations involved in community development impressed him with its resemblance to military strategic planning, though applied to constructive rather than destructive objectives. Mason's invitation to remain in Covenant as a permanent community member represented recognition of Strong's valuable contributions and genuine acceptance of his integration into the settlement's social fabric. The offer carried implications that extended far beyond immediate construction assistance to encompass full participation in community life and decision-making processes. Your expertise and work ethic would be valuable additions to our community, Mason explained, his invitation carrying the sincere warmth that characterized Covenant's inclusive approach to community development. We have ongoing construction needs that could benefit from your capabilities, and your analytical skills would enhance our planning and problem-solving processes. The invitation included specific roles that Strong could fill within the community's organizational structure. His engineering expertise would be valuable for construction projects. His analytical capabilities could enhance planning and resource allocation, and his physical capabilities would be useful for various community activities that required strength and endurance. More importantly, the invitation represented genuine social acceptance that extended beyond utilitarian considerations to encompass personal relationships and community belonging. Strong would be welcomed not merely as contributor to community projects, but as full member of the social fabric that connected Covenant's residents through shared values and mutual support. Strong's consideration of this invitation required careful evaluation of implications that extended beyond immediate practical benefits. Permanent community membership would represent commitment to collaborative principles and shared responsibilities that differed fundamentally from the independence that had characterized his previous lifestyle. Yet his day's experience of collaborative construction had revealed forms of satisfaction and personal fulfillment that individual achievement had not provided. The opportunity to contribute regularly to community welfare while developing meaningful social relationships offered possibilities for personal growth that pure independence could not duplicate. Strong would like to remain and help community grow stronger, he decided, his acceptance representing commitment to principles and relationships that had developed through shared work and mutual respect. Strong has learned much about cooperation and strength through helping with barn construction. The community's warm reception of Strong's decision to remain demonstrated the inclusive values that had made the barn raising possible. Rather than viewing him as an outsider granted temporary acceptance, Covenant's residents welcomed him as a full community member whose contributions would be valued and whose welfare would be protected through mutual support and cooperation. As night settled over the Commonwealth, the partially completed barn stood as testament to the power of collaborative effort and shared commitment to community welfare. The structure's solid framework, created through coordinated work and mutual assistance, would provide essential services while symbolizing the social bonds and cooperative principles that had made its construction possible. Strong's integration into Covenant's community life represented personal transformation that paralleled the barn's construction progress. Just as individual materials had been combined into a structure stronger than its components, Strong's individual capabilities had been enhanced through integration into collaborative relationships that multiplied his effectiveness while providing personal satisfaction that individual achievement could not match. The settlement's residents settled into evening routines with the satisfaction that came from meaningful work accomplished through shared effort. The day's construction progress was visible in the barn's completed framework, but equally important progress had been achieved in strengthening community bonds and demonstrating collaborative principles that would guide future collective efforts. In his new quarters within Covenant's residential area, Strong reflected on the unexpected journey that had brought him from observer to participant in human community organization. The barn raising had provided comprehensive education in collaborative principles while creating personal relationships and community commitments that would guide his future development. The construction project had demonstrated that strength took many forms beyond individual physical capability. Collaborative strength, created through cooperation and mutual support, could accomplish objectives that exceeded any individual achievement, while providing personal fulfillment that competitive success could not duplicate. The barn stood as evidence of collective capability, while Strong's own integration into community life represented personal growth that had enhanced rather than diminished his individual effectiveness. As sleep approached, Strong's final thoughts centered on the following day's continued construction work and his ongoing role in Covenant's community development. The barn's completion would require several more days of collaborative effort, providing additional opportunities to develop construction skills while strengthening social relationships and community bonds. The night settled peacefully over Covenant, its residents secure in homes protected not just by defensive walls, but by the collaborative spirit and mutual support that transformed individual survivors into a resilient community. The partially completed barn stood as promise of future achievement, while Strong's presence represented the inclusive values and cooperative principles that made such accomplishments possible. Tomorrow would bring continued construction challenges and opportunities for community building through shared effort and mutual assistance. The barn raising would progress toward completion while demonstrating daily the collaborative principles that distinguished thriving human communities from mere survival arrangements. Strong's journey of discovery had led him from puzzled observation of human cooperation to personal participation in community building that enhanced both individual capability and collective strength. The barn's completion would mark achievement of construction objectives, but more importantly, it would celebrate the collaborative spirit and mutual support that transformed construction materials into community symbols and individual contributors into unified social fabric. The Commonwealth Night embraced Covenant with the peaceful assurance that came from community solidarity and shared commitment to collective welfare. In the morning, construction would resume, with renewed energy and continued cooperation, building toward completion of both physical structure and social bonds that would serve the community for years to come. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.